Send it, send it, send it. Data just came out. Go, 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 go. Ground beef hits new all-time high. Boom. Ground beef hits new all-time high. Boom. All right, well, there we go. Good morning. Boom, boom, boom. 10 o'clock Eastern. Data just came out. Not too much, not really much of an interesting data point. Let me pull it up. Okay, so another gap up once again on SPY, up 0.69%. VIX flat. We're going to see it kind of similar to yesterday. I mean, if we do want to just consolidate here, we ended up drifting higher into the close yesterday. See if we can get some more of a volatile type of move today, intraday. Trying to trade a little bit earlier today because um, honestly, on Friday the market's going to be closed, which I didn't really know. But yeah, it's Easter Sunday this weekend, Good Friday on Friday, and it's NFP data, non-farm payrolls, is actually really important, and it's also going to be on Friday. So non-farm payroll candle is going to be for Monday. So that's going to be important. The Monday candle is going to be really big and important. SPY rallied 2.91% yesterday with some positive news and developments. And Trump this morning is talking about um, withdrawing the U.S. from NATO. Not really sure why. But apparently, that they're not really didn't come to our help in this instance, which I don't know. Maybe you can't really blame them, but I don't really know why you would go that far just to remove us from the NATO partnership or whatever. Anyways, so yesterday the jobs data was weak. Market didn't care, only cared about the positive news. The sentiment changed yesterday, and we didn't get a gap down today, which is what I was kind of hoping didn't happen. We actually got a gap up here up to 654. This looks pretty decent. We're above the 652, up to 654, 656 this morning. Really not bad. Really not too bad. So we're going to see today. The key is to see if it actually holds within the 650 to 660 range. So let's take a look at SPY. So it's leaving a little bit of a gap here. It may as well fill. Yeah, so 656.50, just above high day, and then this low a day and previous high with the gap here. Just want to see those levels. Really all I'm looking for here is to see if we can touch those levels in hourly chart. The 100 SMA is right here at 656 perfectly. And honestly, there's a bit of a gap if you look on the 1 hour chart right here that we filled in this morning. There's another one that's kind of similar up here, up at 669, 670. So I'm hearing people talking about how they think that we could potentially rally all the way up to 670 by the end of the week, which would be tomorrow afternoon. And I honestly think the market closes early tomorrow too, which I'd have to confirm that, but that really sucks if that's the case. Markets close on Friday and early tomorrow. So let's see. The ES. Yep. There's gap above and below on Qs. Well, on the 4 hour chart here. On the daily, it's just a gap above and below. SPY, it's a little different. It's kind of like an open area right here, but it's not much. There is a bit of a, I don't know if this would be considered a fair value gap. It's interesting because it's open right here as well. It doesn't really matter right here, but it's just this tiny little area that we gapped down. Just gapped out from here to here. Filled it in with the wick, but it's a weird area right here, honestly. And this trend is kind of something like this. Let's see. Snaps on here too much. So this is where it gets a little tricky because we are coming into what would be the trend line resistance here in this downtrend. Kind of just hoping that we don't just consolidate for the next 2 hours. That's kind of what I'm betting on, what I'm looking at. VIX is really feeling uh, all the way below yesterday's red candle as well, which is pretty good. 25, almost down to 24. Oil prices not really doing much. All right. Well, that's that. So until we break this high day with some momentum, high day at 656 and then 656.50, we'd have to get above this area and retest it and confirm in order to really continue this move higher. If not, then this is potentially going to act as resistance. Maybe we come down, fill this gap, and bounce, and then consolidate, which would suck. But yeah, if we do come down and fill this gap, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. We come up off of this gap again, and we just, if we were to break this low a day, then I would say it's probably going to be mostly consolidation and a higher likelihood of consolidation for the rest of the day until the power hour, most likely, where we maybe get more of a move because Trump is doing some address the nation tonight on potentially the war, potentially the finality of the war, potentially some compromise, or potentially an end. And so there could be positive developments overnight and the market continue to rally and we can continue to move towards 670. Or it could also kind of dampen this rally and this bounce that we have here in the past 2 days. And we could end up just coming back down a little bit. But as of now, everything's holding up. Not really too much of a reason to go short or get bearish unless we really break this low and then hold in between here and then use this low that here as resistance or open. Right now we're holding the open, well, above low a day. We can make a new low right here and then make a higher low or a higher high, which is what we would need. Because right now we made a high and then a low. And now we're in the middle. So we need to break the high or we need to break the low, and then we can confirm either direction. Until then, it's going to be a little bit patient. Let it play out. Throw this on. Put that into the background. Locked in. Fully locked in. Okay, I gotta go get my Celsius. The count's up 126%. Not too bad, okay. Try to, we're really coming into the end of the week with a short week and with a bunch of developments happening into and probably over the weekend. So it may be risk off, it may be just risk on since it's the beginning of the month. Yesterday was the end of the month. We did end up drifting higher and we gapped up. It's kind of a change given that it's the final day of the month. Today's the very first day of the month, April 1st, April Fool's Day, which is interesting for Trump to do his address to the nation speech. Anyways, SPX is up 0.58%, Nasdaq's up 0.8%, Dow Jones up 0.57%. Not too bad, everything's up pretty solid, even especially the SOXL, the semiconductor leverage ETF, again is up 9.77%. It's huge, up $5. It's up to $52.60. SanDisk is up, Intel's up, MU, Micron is up, Marvell's up, all up 7-8%. Awesome. ARM is up, Tempest AI is up, Opto's up again, only 3%, AMD up 2.5%, Nebius is up, Vistra, Google, Iron, SMCI, CoreWeave, Tesla, Avgo, all the chip names, all the important names, all the tech names are all up today. No signs of going down, no signs of weakness at the moment. It looks quite solid. Dow Jones is the first to get above the 200-day moving average. Mr. Banana saying SPY is next. I'd like to believe that. All right, let's see. 654, 655. All right. Yeah, the data, actually I could see the data that came out now is the manufacturing PMI. 52.7 actual versus 52.4, so it came out positive. But still going sideways, so. Holy. Okay, I gotta check this morning brief real quick. See what it says. 10-year treasury yield up 1 basis point to 4.34. Interesting. Amazon, Eli Lilly, JP Morgan. Fresh monthly start inflows. Inflows coming into technology, cloud, healthcare, financials, outflows from energy. Slightly. AI cloud monetization, pharma pipeline innovation, banking cyclical rebound. Oil rebound enabling selective cyclical rotation into financials and healthcare. AWS AI instance growth confirming sustained hyperscaler capex. Pre-ISM ADP positioning ahead of manufacturing, which we just got in jobs data tomorrow. NFP, not from Bureau. It's not correct. 655. Not bad. Let's see some movement in the market today. Let's see some movement in the market. It's opportunity in the market. There we go. That looks pretty good. Pump it up, pump it up. Pump it up. All right. What's happening? People are split 60-40 on whether we're bottom yet. So far, about 60% of people are seemingly saying about that we may not have put a bottom in. But the 40% of people are still saying that we may have put a bottom in. It's possible. I think it really matters more so on the weekly chart. I was explaining yesterday. The daily chart, you can get the signal one way, but if you can get that same signal on the weekly chart, then it's even more effective. Or at least more clear for confirmation. And Nike earnings yesterday were kind of rough. The stock's down to 10, 12-year lows. Even further. I hold some shares. Kind of sucks. Kind of want to reposition my portfolio a little bit, and maybe sometime this month I may rearrange some of my positions again. I did in January actually. I had like 16 recurring investments going every day, and I reduced it down to like 8. To a few more specific names like Tesla, Rivian, Lucid, Oklo, SoFi, Hood, and I think even PayPal maybe, which I may kind of regret the PayPal one because it doesn't seem like Elon wants anything to do with it again, and who knows what's going to happen with PayPal. I'm not really sure what the bull case is for it. It seems like Michael Burry wants to just retire again, continue to go deeper into the retirement phase of retiring from actually taking short positions and looking to time the market, which is what he's famous for and known for in 2008. Or was it the 2001.com bubble? But yeah, I think it was 2008. But anyways, I think Michael Burry, stopped trading and investing, and now he uses his experience and knowledge to just create income by selling people that, and it's reasonable to do, and you can't really hit against him for it. Nothing wrong with it, with posting a bunch of bear porn and selling it behind a paywall. It's chill. But he doesn't trade anymore, invest. Maybe he does, and he probably would say, I'd still manage some money, but I'm pretty sure that his whole goal was to stop investing, stop trading, taking the risk, because I don't know. It seems like he only wants to time the top of the market. He's only looking to time to bet against the trend and bet against the theme and the at least right now what he calls the AI bubble. So I don't know. I think it's fine. Like I'm happy for Michael Burry to be retired and just making a ton of money without having to actually invest or trade time the market anymore. Holding 654, back to 655. Need a real breakout here soon. I need to do it. Don't want it to do what it did yesterday. Hopefully. Well, yesterday we kind of consolidated until lunch, and then during lunch we got that big news, and then we consolidated again, and then ended up getting a trade out of that trend. Elon Musk says Japan can be powered entirely with only solar panels. Tell the Department of Nuclear Energy that. I don't understand why people say nuclear energy is the solution to everything. Why though? Why is nuclear energy efficient? And are there, when people say that, they're literally betting on a technology that isn't fully viable. Solar panels and solar energy is 100% viable and it's tested and it's effective. Nuclear energy, while it may actually produce some level of energy, it's less than 10%, like 10% of total energy in the value in the energy market. Solar panels already will bury that, and people don't even want to put solar panels on their homes. And they even took the solar panel, they're removing the EV mandate, they're probably removing the solar panel mandate, they're removing the everything, taking all the timelines away for the love of money. It costs a lot of money to get these nuclear companies up to even be able to test or even generate the first bit of energy from any form of nuclear fission or fusion. It costs millions of dollars. It costs only thousands of dollars to get some solar panels and create some energy. Anyway. All right, we're getting a bit of a push. I like this. We got to break the high day, and then we need to just end it rally. I know I'm feeling kind of bullish, but I do recognize that resistance. We are at a resistance area, like I mentioned in the beginning a little bit ago. That trend line you can see there, it will potentially act as resistance. That's what would be the trend line resistance of this downtrend, which seems kind of far off of where we were, but I mean, that's just what it is. That's where it's at. fear and greed index up to 16 from what, like 9 or 10 was the low, I believe, yesterday, the day before. Nothing yet. Gonna be patient today. Gonna really want to see how this price actually develops. Probably won't take a single trade until the SPY comes down, breaks this low today, and retests it, or breaks a high day at this resistance area and then retests it. Until we do that, I'm really not really interested in a trade. And if I have to wait till lunch, about an hour and a half till lunchtime, then we'll have to see. I may as well end up staying until the end of the day today. Stay a little bit longer, mostly the full day. Possibly, depending if there's no trades that come up, I'm willing to kind of just chill out. I got my writing project done yesterday that I was working on. I got to start a new one later today. Start the next one. But anyways, it's just a personal project I'm working on. And really, tomorrow's like the last day in the market. Then I got to go back to work next week, and I'll be a little bit more busy, and I won't be able to be trading here more than like 2 or 3 days a week. Probably Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, something like that. And that's about all I'm gonna have. We'll see. Just gonna be patient for a trade here today. Kind of getting some wicks, a little bit of a rejection in this area, but it's really nothing. We're holding above 654. That's what matters here, at least for now. It's starting to look a little weak here, but we'll see. It doesn't matter till we break as high as 656 and 656.50, and today it's 653, 654, 653. Then there's a gap on either side, on Qs or spot. The VIX is coming into the bottom of this uptrend. Let's see. See if there's any developments in if the chart actually does something here. Looking for a trade on SPY break and retest above or below the current range. Currently nearing downtrend line. Possible resistance above high a day. Oh, we got a weird outside bar there. Getting a little bit of volatility here. Yeah, that downtrend line is right above, right about 650, 650 today, I believe. So something like that, around 650. Looking for a trade on SPY. Watch for a break and retest above or below the current range, approaching the downtrend line around 656.5 with potential resistance above the day's high. And there is a gap fill on either side of QQQ. Momentum will light the way. Okay, I think that's fine. That's good enough. Looking for a trade on SPY. Watch for a break and retest above or below the current range, approaching the downtrend line around 656.5 with potential resistance above the day's high. There is a gap fill on either side of QQQ. Momentum will light the way. Okay, cool. We got an outside bar. We broke new high day. Well, I don't know. I don't actually know what happened there. Nearing 656, we're nearing the high day. Looks decently bullish. Nothing really too definitive with the news. The same thing, same headlines over and over. They're buying some unusual activity on U.S. oil put options, bearish multi-leg, 8-day to expiration, $3 million trade expiring April 10th for oil puts. I don't know. Interesting. That's for next week. $656 looks decently bullish. Closing a nice candle right there above high day. Solid. Let's see. Bing bong. April 1st. That is crazy. All right, what's good? Let's see what's really happening. We held 652, we held 654, we held 656 now. Now let's see. We just closed above 656, didn't we? There's some type of divergence with market breadth, advanced decline making a new breadth, not making a new low, advanced decline line not making a new low, as SPY made a new low 2 days ago. Which is slightly bullish, because what that really means is that more stocks are are not making new lows, while the index had made a new low, meaning that only some of the heaviest stocks were continuing, the highest beta stocks were weighing or dragging down the indice. Everything else was holding up relatively well and decently in terms of the 500 names in the S&P 500 index. And so that's why we're possibly continuing to have this bullish move, because the market kind of needed it. Technically, maybe not geopolitically, but maybe technically. And you could see the same thing with the jump in stocks above their 20-day moving average yesterday. It also made the same divergence and positive divergence. And one other data point is that yesterday, 419 out of 500 of the S&P 500 stocks moved higher, which is the most in one day since November 2025. In that November 2025 marked what was a low, a bottom on an uptrend back then. So that's interesting. Okay, we're nearing that downtrend here at 650, 650. Let me pull up the option chain. I just want to see what it looks like here. Now we're coming into this resistance right here perfectly. This looks pretty solid. We're getting a move kind of through that resistance, almost like it's not there, which is actually kind of what you want to see. If you want to be bullish and you want to go long. This is not bad. We'll see. Let's see what the option chain looks like on SPY. All right, while we're here at this resistance, just for example, right now, the 659 call is 58 cents, 660 call is 35 cents. So that's kind of reasonable, but it is a bit out the money. And on the downside, have to go a little bit further out the money down to 652 put for 50 cents, 651 put for 40 cents. Although I'm not really interested in that at all. I'm more interested in 659 call for 53 cents or 660 call for 33 cents. See, we closed that candle kind of right at that 650 level. So this is it. We need to see what happens here, how it's going to react. This is that resistance area. But give me a minute. I'll be right back. the chart's still working. I think I don't know why it cuts off when my screen turns down or when my screen goes to sleep. I gotta probably change that setting, but just had to step away for a quick second and see the market still breaking out of this level here. Looks pretty solid. High day at just about 657. We're kind of holding right around that 656.50. This is the level. VIX looks even more weak. Not bad, okay. The dollar index weak as well. Looks like the VIX on the day. All right, is this working? Let me make sure it's working. All right, you good? I gotta plug my computer in. Plug my computer in. I don't like the way that the lightning cable plugs in. It feels kind of clunky. Anyways. Yeah, so the range right now really is 652 to 660. That's the range from 652 all the way up to 660. Can't really see it here, but yeah, so I have it marked out on the other chart. So 660 is kind of this previous low, a little bit of resistance that we already wicked off of these three wicks, and these two just kind of double bottom, well, triple bottom here ish. This is our resistance. If we can break out here, we're really at resistance. If you look, this is what we're looking at. This is why this area is important. This candle was solid, but this is going to be critical here for us to get above here if we really want to resolve this and continue higher. But at least we can probably make it up to 660 before we do. If we were to reject again, we could probably make it all the way up to 660 likely. And 652, that level, you can see it all the way up to the left. But anyways, that's why this area is important. That's why what we're doing right here is important to pay attention to and be patient with. And that's what I will be doing here. Just a little bit patient with it. 657, high day. Kind of got that break and retest at that 656.50-ish area. That's kind of what we're doing here in a way. it's not perfect and it's not really what I want for an entry. And I can be more patient here today. I can look for a trade that is more, uh, has higher confirmation. Like this is somewhat confirmed. We broke the high, we retest, kind of held that close above the 66.50. We're going higher a little bit. It's a decent spot here, but not worth the risk reward yet. Gotta let it play out a little bit more. Still about 50 minutes until lunch, and then there's still plenty of time. So want to see how this plays out today. If we do continue bullish, then it's going to be obvious, and we will get a better retest, and we will have probably a better entry than this. So that's why I'm going to be patient. When Model T, Model 3 10-year anniversary yesterday. That's kind of a funny quote, or kind of a funny analogy. Someone said that comparing human intelligence in the AI era is like flexing your muscles in front of a tractor. Nobody's impressed. That's kind of funny. Interesting. The NVIDIA data center account just posted about some inference benchmark or something. But they mentioned a few companies underneath the post. They said that NVIDIA is excited to continue collaborating with our ecosystem partners to accelerate inference performance. Asus, Cisco, CoreWeave, Dell Technology, Giga Computing, Google Cloud, HPE, Lambda API, Lenovo, Nebius AI, NetWeb Tech, Quanta QCT, Red Hat, and last but not least, Supermicro. I find that interesting that they mentioned Supermicro. Well, Supermicro builds a lot of the racks, and it's pretty interesting. Supermicro is really cheap because they just had a massive sell-off because they keep being investigated for fraud, and one of their CEO, or not, I don't know if it was the CEO or one of their people, was smuggling NVIDIA H200 chips over to China, which is insane. I don't really know what happened with that, but the stock tanked. But they're still working together as infrastructure on inference compute. So I'm kind of curious about the ones that I'm curious about. There are just CoreWeave, Nebius, and Supermicro. Obviously Google, but Google's not really the kind of investment that I'm specifically looking for long term right now. I mean, I will invest in it, but Supermicro and Nebius, definitely got to look into that a little bit more. It's the CoreWeave as well, because CoreWeave is they're just really an infrastructure, cloud infrastructure play, in the sense that they just basically host compute or inference, and that's pretty much all they do, from what I know. As a, they're basically just a big cloud. They're basically a data center. They're just basically a big data center. uh, oh yeah, Intel shares are up 9% today on after buying back Ireland chip fab. That's pretty interesting. So it sold the stake, the 49% equity stake, and uh, 49% equity stake in a manufacturing facility in Ireland for semiconductors and CPUs. They're just buying it back from when they sold it. They sold it for 11 billion in 24, buying it back for 14 billion in 26. It's reasonable. It's a good move too. Just that they're spending the money is good. The company, when Intel sold its stake in 2024, it was a very different time for the US chip maker. The company was in the midst of a $100 billion investment to expand chip making in the US, including a massive chip fabrication plant or fab that opened in Arizona last year. After years of falling behind chip making leader Taiwan Semiconductor, the CEO went all in on Intel's foundry ambitions in the US. He was ousted at the end of 24, but the Arizona chip factory remained on track. Intel now manufactures chips at its most advanced node, 18A, in Arizona, but has yet to secure a major external customer. For now, Intel is now its own primary customer, making its Core Ultra Series 3 PC processor at that plant. It's a good development though for the company. They need to pull back on that $100 billion US investment in chip fabrication, manufacturing in the US. They need to bring that back. SPY's holding pretty solid above that 656.50. We haven't meaningfully broke 657 yet though. But if we do, then we can push towards 659, 660, the next levels, those important levels. The high, in my opinion, the range is 652 to 660, 662 maybe at the end. So that's could be heading that direction. Could continue heading that direction. Yeah, they posted the inference benchmark results, NVIDIA, CoreWeave, and all the partnerships I just named. $40 until lunch. See if we can really hold above here and then get a break really through that 657 area. Elon Musk SpaceX files confidentially for an IPO from Bloomberg. That's crazy. $657. Micron's up 10%. NASA's fueling their rocket for the Artemis 2 launch tonight. That's huge. Sending those astronauts towards the moon again. Crazy. "30 minutes till launch. We're still sitting right above this area. We're still sitting right at 656.50. Down to 656. Okay, well, coming back towards the VWAP. Great. Q's still up 1.3%.
SPY is up what, 0.5%? 0.8? Okay. All right.
Still holding up. Pretty solid.
Pretty solid there. Kind of honestly a bit of a retest of the previous high day. If you look, this level right there is kind of perfect testing that previous high day. So that's kind of a nice stick there. We break above 657 measurably, then this will be pretty solid.
A little bit more confirmation building up here. It's constructive. That's good. That's what we want to see here. Almost back to 657, just like that. Oh. All right, let's see some momentum come in. Let's see. It's looking pretty decent. There's a new high day. Boom.
No entry.
There was no entry there for me. I mean, did we bounce off of the 21? I think probably. No, not even. We didn't even make it to the 21 EMA on the 5 minute. Kind of still mounted that 9 EMA. Going higher here looks pretty solid. 659 call is still 58 cents. It's the same price as it was earlier. That's exactly why you got to be patient. 660 call is 33 cents. That's literally the same exact price it was like an hour ago. Am I wrong? You can go back. When I first looked at these contracts, it's 659, 660 call. They're at the same price. They're even lower now. 660 call is 27 cents. 659 call is 48 cents. So as we make a new high day right there. Not bad, but we need a solid close at that high day, and we can continue higher, and it would be potentially worth looking for another entry on another retest of the previous high, another high day. So we just gotta let the price action continue to be constructive here. Lunch is in 20 minutes, so may have to let it do its thing there. We'll see. May have to just be more patient today. Trade. What the hell is orfglipron? Is that a peptide? I don't know about these peptides. Citrini posted something about orfglipron approved GLP-1 from Eli Lilly getting FDA approval in April, which they predicted 2 months ago, and apparently just got that. And they're saying that they're seeing Eli Lilly going to 1200 now. What the hell is orfglipron? Orfglipron. They got retatrutide. They got orfglipron. I don't know if someone said Kofef. I don't know what's up with that. Those memory stocks are up big today. Looks really solid with the SOXL being up like 10%. MU, Micron, SanDisk, Intel, and Marvell are up nearly 10%. It's really solid today. $657.35 high a day. $657. Holding that resistance line kind of well, so it's looking pretty good. Honestly, you just gotta let it play out a little bit more. See, there's payment. There we go, new high day, 687.42. Let's go. Looks pretty solid. No real entry though. No real entry yet then. We got lunch in 15 minutes, so it's hard to say. Gotta
gonna wait until lunch and see what we're doing at lunch if we get a better entry, either during lunch or maybe after. If it if it really takes, you have to be a little more patient then. $8 million call spike on SPY 2 minutes ago. That's bullish. We're diverging bullish on the drip. We're drifting bullish on the premium positioning on SPY intraday with 9.76 million on calls. And it looks like, I don't know why it says, it's so weird. It says 9.76 million calls and then negative 14 million puts. Well, I guess that's just that's the drift. Okay. So it's what that would mean is not that it's more force on the downside, it's means more exiting, more people exiting puts and entering calls on average intraday, and it's drifting in that direction. Now we just need to hold 657, pretty much. We just need to defend 657 here, and then we can put in another leg. Maybe we can find an entry within that. New high day. Bitcoin index options on Robinhood now. CBTX and MBTX options to get exposure to the spot Bitcoin without actually holding the coin or the ETFs. Bitcoin index options, that's great. It actually doesn't sound that bad, though. Something maybe I'd be interested in the future, possibly. Because I look to trade futures in the future. I do prefer options mostly, but you can you can trade options very effectively. But futures have like a great way. I think futures is a great medium or instrument to generate income because the tax strategies on futures is better, I believe. The capital gains is better. And and futures have no intrinsic or no theta decay, no uh, Greeks like options do. So you miss out on some possible like outsized asymmetric gains, which is what options is really about. The day trading options here is about. But what you get is more safety, security, and you can trade and anchor your trades more effectively with futures. Look at that, going higher, almost to 658. Look at that, 658. Wow. Okay, looking pretty good. This looks pretty good. Now that we're getting this confirmation, what I'm looking for is some form of retest, some form of a better entry to continue to lean into this trend. Now that we're above the resistance, now the next level would be 660, 659, then 660, and then above that 662, and that's the real range. And so we're moving into the upper half of the range as we bounce and as we get above this resistance of the trend, that trend line there. So this is good. 658. Now I'm looking for a better entry, even though it's coming into lunch in 3 minutes. So even if entry does present itself, I may still be a little bit more patient and kind of wait till after lunch, because the contracts are kind of decaying even though we're rising. The contracts are stagnating in a way. So I'm gonna be a little bit patient. Probably maybe try to lean towards what I did yesterday, just reducing size, minimizing the size of my position as much as possible so that I can reduce risk in that way. So I'd be willing to look at like a $30, $50 contract, something around there today. Possibly look for something like that and give myself a little bit of a wider stop or wider room for error to let the chart do what it needs to do. I don't want to be too much out the money, like more than a strike or two. So I'm going to wait for those conditions to be met and wait for the chart to give me a better entry. We got plenty of confirmation here now. We're at 658. This is great. Just gotta wait. Keep waiting. Just keep waiting. Just keep waiting. I like the way the chart's building out today, though. This is pretty good. It looks kind of similar to yesterday. Quite similar to yesterday. Patience is a virtue. Patience makes the winner stand out. But patience is not infinite.
decision is a necessary evil. You have to make a decision. But it's not about just making a decision to make a decision. It's about decisiveness and cohesion. Just look at the chart like it's halfway full, not halfway empty. All right, now we're in lunch. See if the market continues or if it slows down at all. I'm going to switch up these vibes a little bit. I want to put this on. Here we go. Going into lunch, I'm going to switch it up. Might be a little bit longer day today since I'm being patient for a better entry to present itself. We got this confirmation around this area that we're looking at this morning. Now we're above, now we're at high day. We close at high day here. This is looking pretty good. There's room to the upside here still. So this is a good area. Now we're looking for a retest of right here, the 657 and hold. That would be a decent entry, or even all the way back down to this line, all the way back down to the 656.50. We could even come all the way back down to here realistically and still continue higher by the end of the day. So that's why this requires patience to capitalize on this opportunity properly. And it's still no guarantee. There's no guarantee that when I take an entry, it's going to be the right entry, but I'm going to do my best to look for the risk reward that works that gives me a favorable outcome and probabilistically. I don't think that'll be too hard to do, so just gonna have to probably wait another hour, and then probably just gonna wait patiently for another hour and then look for a solid entry for the last 2 hours of the day and try to capitalize on a decent move. I think hopefully there will be one. We have Trump's address to the nation, which will be later tonight. It's 6 p.m. or 9 p.m. Eastern, which is 5 hours after the market closes. So 5 hours after the market closes, right? Yep, 5 hours after the market closes, Trump will be doing a big speech, which will definitely impact the market. It'll definitely have some meaningful information and developments there, hopefully. Or I say definitely and hopefully, but that's what will happen. Is there will be something. Whether it's meaningful is the difference. How meaningful it is, and how it will impact the market potentially overnight. It's going to be interesting. And then tomorrow, I don't know. Is tomorrow a short day? I'm not sure. I have to double check. But if that's the case, then gonna have to be just gonna have to continue to reduce risk even further. And if that's the case. But I don't want to miss it, so I'm going to still have to be there. Still going to look for a trade. Just going to keep it light and tight. Still over 658.
All right, well, let's see if we're just going to go higher before we put in a pullback or if we're just going to consolidate during lunch. Trump is expected to reiterate in Wednesday's address to the 2 to 3 week timetable for ending operations in Iran. Okay, nice pullback, 657.50. Look to hold 657 over the area and see how See if it does. Right down to the 9 EMA. Right here at 67.50. Yep, those contracts are still basically the same price. 650 on call, still at 54 cents. Like literally the same price. 660 calls at 29 cents. Basically the same price. So no change in the price of these contracts at all, which is interesting. Just need to let the price actually play out more. This is a decent pullback though to look for an entry, but I'm gonna wait 45 minutes until lunch is over. Gold futures are up to 4,800 per ounce. By 200-day reclaim, 200-day moving average reclaim so far. Interesting. $200-day moving average on the daily chart. Gotcha. SpaceX hosting an analyst day, April 21st. Solid. Holding that level pretty well. 200-day EMA on the daily chart, reclaim or SPY, right at 656.90, 657. So that is the real important level to hold here, even more so now that you can see that that correlates with the 200-day EMA on the daily chart at 657. So as long as we hold above that, and this is a good good dip entry, good retest. We haven't fully retested though that 657 level. If you look, it's perfectly right here. So this is the previous high. We retested. Now this is the next previous high. If we were to come down a little bit more and retest here, it would be honestly a good entry. Granted, we could pull back into this and still hold, but that 657 level would be ideal to hold, but it doesn't have to necessarily for us to continue here. But so far, this is still constructive. Everything's looking really good. 40 minutes until lunch is over. Just keep that going. Liberation Day tariffs was on Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. That's pretty interesting. Maybe they'll announce some more tariffs tonight. Maybe they're going to, I don't know. I don't know why they don't just get in there and collaborate to just widen the strait. Why not open the strait? It's just my tinfoil take is that my tinfoil hot take is that we should just go to the strait, work together. We should collaborate, and we could improve the efficiency and productivity across nations if we just turn the strait instead of having it be single file, like one ship at a time in a single file line. We could just double it up, triple it up, widen it out. We could widen the strait. We could make it like a triple lane, have like
all types of stuff. We have three ships going through at once. We could have multiple lanes. Why not? Why is that not on the table? And then we could tariff the people going through, and then we could split the tariff profit between each other's, and we could boost each other's economies at the same time. That would be the ultimate goal. Because why is the strait so small? Why is it so controlled? Why not open it up? Why not widen it? Is there anything wrong with that? We should go over there. We should double down. We should put a bridge there too. Semi trucks, everything. Why not? I don't think there's any semi trucks going through, but why don't we widen the strait and just put 2-3 lanes, and then we could be fully locked in. We could be working together. We can actually get more traffic through and get more products to where they need to go faster, more effectively, and we could possibly tariff and tax those. So maybe we can do Liberation Day part 2. The address of the nation tonight, April 1st, one day short of the 1-year anniversary of the Liberation Day tariffs on April 2nd, 2025. Interesting. So far, it's just expected to be reiteration on the 2 to 3 week timetable for ending operations with or without the strait, which is clearly what they've been saying the past few days, and partially the reason why the market's up, which is interesting because there has to be some consensus there, especially at this point. Like, there has to be some. That's why I'm saying, like, why don't we just work together to expand? There's really no reason not. Any reason, I would think, any reason that's against that is just like is looking at the wrong issues and worried about the wrong things. Economically and geographically, there's only one way. The only way is to widen the expansion, provide more access, increase prices. Inflation is a natural force. I gotta go get this. I got a coconut water. I need to go get that real quick. Get this coconut water. I found the best coconut water. The best coconut water is actually from Sprouts, but if you go to 100coconuts.com, this company, 100 Coconuts, they make some of the best coconut water that I've come across. Yep. It's really good. Holding strong. We haven't even gone down to the 21 EMA. We're holding the 9 EMA still, basically, on the 5-minute chart. So this is very strong. see if I can pull this off. Oracle layoff. There's big layoffs between a few companies, and let's see. Oracle and Meta, and before Oracle and Meta was XYZ Squared. They just reduced like 40% of their workforce, and they're trying to pull back a little bit of it. Read the email Oracle is sending to laid off employees. Can I actually see it? Let's see. After careful consideration of Oracle's current business needs, we have made the decision to eliminate your role as part of a broader organizational change. As a result, today is your last working day. That's nuts. The cuts are the latest example of big tech companies reducing headcount. In January, Amazon said it would slash 16,000 corporate roles. XYZ announced they're cutting 40% of their workforce. Meta even supposedly is suspected to reduce their workforce by about 20% as well in the coming months, which hasn't been confirmed yet. But if that was to happen, then it would, I keep saying that, I've seen it somewhere that 20% reduction in workforce at Meta would add a 5% increase to their EPS. And then now Oracle laying off 20% of their workforce. Totally crazy. This is all just since January. This is all since January. So we're talking about several big tech companies laying off more than 10% or sometimes double that of their workforce, from corporate roles to everything else. Corporate roles, operations, and that is crazy. Oracle employs 162,000 full-time employees as of May last year. So now they're probably down to 120, 130. I don't know. Can't say for sure. We are grateful for your dedication, hard work, and the impact you have made during your time with us. After signing your termination paperwork, you will be eligible to receive a severance package, subject to the terms and conditions of the severance plan. You'll receive an email from DocuSign to your Oracle email address with details on your severance and termination date. Thank you for your contributions to our organization, Oracle leadership. Well, that's the email they're sending. Pretty nuts. Pretty standard, but people are worried about losing their job. Now they're getting emails like that. Well, what's next? Send the email out at 6 a.m. yesterday. Crazy. Yesterday, March 31st.
That was a good hold and retest right there. That was it right there. That might have been the entry. Still 35 minutes into lunch. No entry though. I don't know how low those contracts went on that dip there. 659 calls still 52 cents. 660 calls still 27 cents. They're the same price, so the entry isn't really that useful because contracts aren't doing too much. That's why I gotta be patient. I'm gonna wait till lunch is over, I think, and then look for a trade after. That way, you can catch a move in the end of the day. Yeah, that's perfect. See that? That was beautiful. That's exactly what I was predicting, exactly what I was expecting. That retest, really good. Wait for a better entry though. During lunch, these contracts may not really be worth trading. I don't want to. I don't want to end up holding a contract for like 2 hours. I'd rather at least like trade within the last 2 hours and then have a better probability of cashing the momentum. I'm sure this momentum is going to stagnate. At least it already has so far in lunch. The VIX dropped 24% over the last 3 trading days. That's pretty significant.
Today's Apple's 50th birthday, 50th anniversary for Apple today. Is that right? Is that correct? Let's see. Apple was founded on April 1st, 1976, 50 years ago, by Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and Ronald Wayne in the garage of Jobs' family home in Los Altos, California. There you go. Pretty cool. Yesterday is the 10-year anniversary of the Model 3 at Tesla. Today, the next day, is 50th anniversary of Apple as a company. That's pretty cool. I gotta check out Tim Cook's letter, 50 Years of Thinking Different. He posted today or what? I don't know. Paul McCartney performance at Apple Park today. That's pretty cool. Ten minutes till lunch is over. We're still going nowhere yet. We're at the high day, kind of still got the solid retest. Still sitting just below 658 at the high day. I'd say it's pretty solid. Andrew Yang says the number of jobs eliminated by AI will be many times higher than the number of jobs it creates. While another crowd of people are saying that by 2029, that will flip to where if we're losing jobs right now, we've lost about 1 million jobs since 2022 or more now. Definitely more even since January, we've had a few companies laying off like 20% of their workforce. But there's another crowd of people that are saying that around 2029, we'll get to a point where AI will begin creating newer roles in possibly new industries and new jobs, and that will surpass the jobs that it's eliminated around 2029 to 2030. That's what people are speculating. It's total speculation. And other people like Andrew Yang's, the general theory is that AI will reduce the amount of workforce and increase the efficiency of productivity. Just in general, not in any time frame, but over time. It's probably going to be one or the other. It's not going to be in between, I don't think. February 2026's hiring rate was also the worst since April 2020 at 3.1%. So the signs are there that maybe in 3 years we'll have the highest hiring rate. If what they're saying is true, then in 3 years we'll have that same data point, but it'll be the highest percentage of hiring in a month since 2020. And we probably want to see consecutive months of that. Until then, AI is taking people's jobs, which sucks. That retest of previous high, I think, was also a perfect retest of the EMA, the 21 EMA. Now we're back at mounting the 9 EMA near high day. All signs are bullish here. Looks great. If the market is going to pull back at all, I'd like to think it would be overnight or tomorrow, given more certainty and confirmation with the speech tonight and more details that would happen overnight accompanying that. So I think the idea is that we will hold up and continue as we have for the rest of the day, and then overnight, things could change or things could continue to the uncertainty can continue to decrease and the market can continue to bounce possibly. Patience, 4 minutes until lunch is over, finally. It's a long lunch, boring. There's really not much happening, it's pretty boring. Might as well pull this back up and finish this then. So let me go back to this. I'm gonna pull this back up. Let me finish going through this real quick. before I take any trades. I started reading this paper yesterday again. This is a paper called The Decision, something I just put together a while ago for this, accompanying the challenge of trading 20, $50 or 500 and sticking to a disciplined strategy and routine. And let me pull this up again. All right, the irreversibility principle. One of the defining features of a decision under uncertainty is its inevitability. Once capital is committed, the position exists. Once the order is placed, the clock starts. There is no draft version of a trade, no revision before it matters. This quality, the irreversibility of commitment, is precisely what the hesitating mind is responding to. Not the loss itself, but the finality, the closing of other options, the requirement to be accountable to this one. Most people find irreversibility uncomfortable. The mind left to its own preferences would stay in the space of optionality indefinitely, analyzing, considering, refining, because optionality is safe. Nothing has been risked, nothing can yet be lost, but markets don't wait for comfort. And optionality in trading has a direct cost. It is the return foregone while you deliberate past the point of useful deliberation. The way to make peace with irreversibility is not to pretend it doesn't exist. It is to shift the focus of the decision backward in time, to make the irreversible choice earlier, in a mental environment where you are calmer, more rational, and less subject to the distorting effects of real-time price movement. This is what seasoned traders mean when they speak of pre-deciding. Pre-decision is what it actually is. The habit of resolving in advance every significant branch point a trade might encounter. What is my entry condition? Not approximately, not when it looks right, the precise trigger defined before the session opens or before the setup presents itself that transforms this from an idea into a trade. What would prove me wrong? The specific price, signal, or development that would tell me my thesis has failed. Defined in advance, not discovered under pressure, because under pressure, the mind will always find a reason to hope rather than a reason to exit. What is my exit? In both directions. Not just the stop, the target, the partial exit, the condition under which I hold longer than planned, and the condition under which I exit sooner. Every scenario pre-resolved, pre-decided, that the live trade is not a series of decisions. It is a series of executions. Can I accept the worst case before I enter? This is the most honest question in trading. It's the maximum possible loss. If the maximum possible loss on this trade, not the expected loss, but the maximum, would change your behavior, your thinking, or your emotional state in a way that affects what comes next, you are too large, size too heavy. Reduce size until the answer is yes, and then enter. The decision as practice. What has been described in this piece is not a series of tactics, it's practice. In the deeper sense of that word, practice is something you return to repeatedly, like a routine, not because you have mastered it, but because mastery of it is the point. The decision, understood as practice, is never finished. Each execution is both a performance and a rehearsal for the next one. This means that the post-trade review is not optional, it is administrative. It is the mechanism by which the practice compounds. After every significant decision, particularly those where execution deviated from the plan, the honest question is not, did I make money, or is it Or did I do what I said I would do? These are different questions. The only question, only the second one makes you better. If you did what you say you were going to do, followed your plan, not whether you made money or not. The traders who compound knowledge alongside capital share this habit. They treat their own execution as a data set. They are neither self congratulatory after wins nor self punishing after losses. They are curious. They approach their own behavior with the same forensic interest they bring to the market because they understand that the market is the external variable and they are the only variable that they can actually control. Cannot control what the market does. You can only control the quality of your response to it. That quality is built in the review, not in the trade. 100%. What the decision asks of you, the decision ultimately asks something simple and extraordinarily difficult, that you show up as the same person who built the plan, that the version of you under pressure, with capital exposed, with the market moving, with every emotional system in your body activated, remains in the essential ways faithful to the version of you who sat quietly and thought clearly and wrote down what should happen or what might happen. This is not about being emotionless. Emotion is information. Fear, properly calibrated, protects capital. Excitement, properly bounded, sharpens attention. The goal is not the elimination of feeling. It is the refusal to let feeling override process. It is the practice capacity to feel fully and act correctly at the same time. That's what mastery in the markets is. Your own psychology. The plan is the thinking, the decision is the doing. To master both, and the market becomes less an adversary and more a mirror, reflecting back with precision the quality of everything you have built.
Okay, here we go. New high day. Just like that. Look at that. New high day. Boom. All right. Just out of lunch. 4 minutes after lunch.
Now, once again, looking to lean into the trend, looking to reduce size, looking to reduce risk as much as possible by reducing size. So same situation as yesterday, and I described earlier that I'm looking to trade something around 30 to 50 bucks, which is about one strike out, or even at the money would be ideal. 2 hours. Well, no. 3 hours actually until the market closes. So yeah, still plenty of time, but so that's pretty much it. Making a new high day, looking for another retest and another confirmation. And I'll probably be looking for an entry. Pull up the option chain here in a second. Supermicro post about their data center racks, management software, DLC2, cooling towers, liquid to air, sidecar, and more. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. I want to look into Supermicro because it's really cheap and there's possibly an opportunity there to buy the stock. I'm going to look into it and make a decision this month and do a rebalancing in my portfolio by the end of the month to consolidate into some higher quality growth names so I can get this going. All right, SPY's looking really good here. Nice. After lunch, we're finally getting a breakout, which is, well, not surprising. 1287 net advancers on the breadth. I don't know what that's out of, how many that's out of. Mr. Beast tweeted, I'm deleting my YouTube channel. That's tough. April 1st. Bitcoin reclaimed 69,000.
Kinda. It's kind of decent. Not too bad. The VIX under 24, that's pretty good. Yeah, these couple daily candles, this is starting to look pretty good on there.
Solana is really cheap. Ethereum's really cheap. Someone mentioned the 200-day is about 30 points away on SPX. What would that make the 200-day on SPY? I don't know if that's if it's correlative, but 30 points on SPX is what, like, I'm not sure. I would think it's like a couple points, at least two, maybe three. I don't think it's a perfect 10 to 1 or whatever. That kind of makes sense though, if that's the case, but it might be a little bit off. But in general, that's the idea. Like I'm saying, there's still a little bit of room to the upside here towards 660, 659, then 660, 661 too. That's about it. That's all I can see. These calls still haven't really changed price much. 659 call still 56 cents. 660 call is still 27 cents. That's crazy. So this whole time they haven't really changed price. So that's very interesting. Like they've literally been the same price for like 2 hours straight, at least. Maybe at least 2 hours. These contracts, 659 call and 660 call, have been the same price. Yeah, a little bit of fluctuation, but it's not bad. That 659 call for 55 cents is pretty chill. But ideally, or obviously, like taking it right here is not the best entry, or not even a good entry, but just the price being the same as it was earlier. They really haven't really changed. High day on 659 is 76 cents. The low day is 18 cents, and it's at 58 right here. A little bit on the expensive side, a little bit over 50 bucks. The 660 is 28 cents, but yeah, I'd probably, I don't know. If I were to take a 660, I would be expecting it to push all the way up to 660 intraday by the end of the day, which is possible. But I would rather have it be in the money and be a 659, but I may not be able to do that without having a wider stop loss. see if we can get a better entry. So far, it's a little bit of confirmation, but not really enough. You can push towards 659 and then pull back, retest, and I think that would make for a solid entry for a cheaper contract that I could possibly hold for the day until the hold for that at the money or in the money move. If we can continue this leg up towards 660 or 661. Eli Lilly, it's popping. I definitely can't afford to trade Eli Lilly. $1,000 stock, trade that. And I'm only trading SPY right now until further notice. Probably won't change until I have at least 4 figures in the account. That's uh that's kind of how I'm thinking. I'll only trade SPY until I have at minimum 4 figures, maybe even early five in the account. Six 58.33.
baby pullback. Nothing.
Yeah, the timeline's exhaustive. It's just the same headlines over and over. There's not really any interesting news or anything. The sentiment's still the same. It's about 60-40, where 40% of people currently believe, on average, that the bottom has possibly been put in yesterday on Tuesday. The other 60% aren't quite convinced yet. Maybe overnight that could change, or it would. Yeah, that'll probably change overnight. That 60-40 sentiment that I'm seeing here. Yeah, pretty much everything is dependent on the market is just dependent on the news right now and the headlines. I do still think that there's a lot of money on the sidelines that wants to enter the market. We can see that continuing today. So I think that that's definitely true, and that doesn't mean that we can't go lower, but it means that we can go higher. That's what it means. The smart investors are the retail investors who are dollar cost averaging the past few weeks and months. and pretty much indefinitely. But the dumb investors are the ones who get paid a bunch of money to rebalance indexes. And for instance, in 2020, removed the they removed they literally removed oil and oil. I think they removed oil. They literally removed oil from the Dow Jones and replaced it with Salesforce. And since then, Salesforce is down like 60%, while oil is up like 300%. So the smart investors are basically just consistent, and they don't change their mind about being optimistic, to be specific. Still holding solid above 638 or 658. I think we need a clean break of 659 and then a retest, and I think that would be a solid entry here if we can get that. 30 minutes until the final 2 hours. So still got to be patient for the price action to develop here. And this is why I'm not looking for, this is why I'm not looking for early entries, and instead looking for late entries with maximum confirmation, where the risk may be higher, but I can reduce my risk through other means. And that's what I'm looking to do here. That's what I did yesterday. The only sectors that are red today are entertainment, consumer staples, and energy. Every other sector is green across the board.
What a bounce. What a move. This looks great. Back below 657, kind of retesting this previous high here. Let's see if it reacts there.
It's getting kind of slow here. Gotta look for it to pick up going into the final 2 hours of the day. Yeah, that's right at the 21 EMA, actually retesting that previous high day, perfectly aligned with the 21 EMA still. That's the second retest of the 21 EMA and previous high day in the past. So it looks pretty good. It's holding the 21 EMA really well here as we grind up. Let's see what these contracts are. They're probably around the same. I think they're probably a little bit lower now. Yeah, 659 calls now 44 cents, which is better. 660 calls 21 cents, which is a little bit better, but basically the same. So actually the 659 calls under 50 cents here, which is honestly it's really good. I like I like that price. I like the way it's moving. The low a day, the 659 calls at 44 cents and the low a day is at 18 cents. I would say that's pretty reasonable for an entry right here. I think I'm just going to enter it right here. Let me see. Yeah, I'm just enter it. $45, 659. Let's see if I get filled though. I may not. Not in yet. Let's see. I haven't entered. It didn't let me get in. But it's kind of worth like just taking that. It's back to 51 now, so I kind of missed the entry under 50 cents. But it's kind of worth it given the risk reward here. It's a little bit early, but that retest is perfect and it's at the 21. The contract's at 49 cents. Yeah, it would have been kind of a good scoop right there at 44 cents, 45 would have been. It's at 48. I'm still considering it here. This is pretty solid. See, I like this. It's 50 cents though. All right, well, I'll take it right here. I'm just going to take the entry. 51 cents. I'm entering a 659 call right here at 10:40 at 1:40 p.m. Eastern time. Got a retest of the previous high day multiple times. So that's another confirmation, as well as the 21 EMA. Contracts have been stagnant for a few hours. Low a day on the contract's 18 cents. So worst case scenario, we drop and down to the VWAP. If that were to happen, that would be unexpected, but that would be a stop loss of like 20-30 bucks, which kind of sucks, but that's what I'm looking to risk today, 20-30 bucks. And if we do get the break of new high day, we could push for 659 and then we'll be at the money. The contract will possibly, um, if we do get to 659 at the money, the contract has the opportunity to return around 100% in theory. So it also depends on how long it takes, and if we do get to 659, and if we depending on the momentum, if there is momentum above high a day, then I may try to um, hold it a little bit longer today to capitalize on that. But and yeah, so we'll see if it can hold here, and ideally what we need to do is just go straight for that new high day from this area. So I took the entry already. Contract's back down to 47, so down a couple bucks, but yeah, I'm willing to sit on this contract for a little bit. I've been watching it for a while, for a few hours. It's been holding around 50, 40, 50 cents, 40, 50, 60 cents. The low day on the contract's 18 cents, which is around 50% drop on the contract from where it is, which is only like 20, 25 bucks, 27, 28 bucks maybe. So that's the trade that I'm in, and I already got it. Took quite a bit of time, but I'm taking that just because I don't want to hesitate, because it's Wednesday and we got a short week and everything, and I want to lean into the trend once again in this instance. And I also don't want to just hesitate and wait till the last 2 hours, or last hour specifically, to look for that. I don't mind getting in the trend on a dip and capitalizing on the move, being in a little bit early and using that risk. So we'll see how it goes. Contract's back down to 44, 45 here, which is a good entry, but we're right on the 21 EMA, so need to be able to hold that. Got to give it a bit of time here. See if the price action respects the way it has. Should continue. I don't really see anything wrong with that. SPX up 1.15%, NASDAQ up 1.62%, Dow Jones up 0.92%. And contract's pulling back a little bit, down like $8 on it. Right on the 21s. Candle's about to close here too in a couple seconds. I really think this is a solid entry here. The risk to reward is minimal, um, as long as you define your risk to reward based on the contract price. Because for me, the stop out is not necessarily like if we get down to the VWAP. If we get down there, then the contract will probably lose that, get down to that low a day. But yeah, so that would be the stop, is basically if the contract makes a new low a day, which not expecting to happen, and that's why I'm taking that as my risk and looking for a new high day here to continue this trend and into going towards power hour. We're still an hour and 15 minutes away from power hour technically, so it's kind of an early entry, but I just don't really want to hesitate on the trade here, so I'd rather take that take that entry where I believe it's the right entry and not hesitate. I really don't have any good reason to not enter the trade here. Doesn't mean it's going to work, but I'm in the trade already. Took the 659 call for 51 cents, I think it was. So that's like the max I want to spend on a contract today. Sitting right at 658. Get a charger for my phone. Contract's down to 42. Here, still the same. Kind of slipping below the 21 here though. So that's not ideal. Let's see where we at. We got to reclaim 658. Let's see, is it slipping here? I gotta give it some time. 10 more minutes, we'll see where it's at. Patience is key. Kind of slipping below 657.50. That's not too good. That's unfortunate. Got a lot of support though, I will say. And there's not really any negative news. There's not really any there's not really anything too negative to drag us down too much, but the trend is pretty solid here, so I'd like to respect the trend and I'm leaning into it. But we are a little bit below the 21 here, but it's not really a concern in the short term right now. We've been kind of staircasing up. So we may get a little bit of a extended dip, which is just kind of what's happening here, but then only to continue to go higher. But we'll see. No guarantees, just gonna let it play out now. I'm already in the trade. Down about what, like down like maybe $10 on the contract, one contract. Patience is the profit. S&P up over 4.6% over the last 3 trading sessions. Well, since well, what is that? Monday's low? Since Monday's low? Since Friday's close. Either way, I think that's actually about the same. All right, let's see. Pulling back a little bit. Contracts down how much? Down to 33. Wow. Yeah, down pretty good, pretty quick. Contracts down 37% or $18, $19. Average is $50. I got in at $50. We're down a bit. That sucks. I'm not gonna be worried about it until a little bit closer towards power hour. Contracts down to 30 from 50. Yep, that sucks. And that entry was not that good. We just lost to 21 right after that. That's the first time the entire day. We lost to 21 right now, so that's unfortunate. We were holding the 21 EMA the whole day until right there. Sorry, I'm gonna keep the contract and let it do what it's gonna do. See if we make it all the way down to the VWAP, then we gotta hold that. If we don't hold that, then the trade is gonna have to just basically get out the trade or just let it run. Back all the way down to 657. Jeez. Yep, that was an unlucky timing of that entry there for sure. It's all right. Ideally, I would just take the loss here. It's at 26 cents. I would just stop out, but I'm gonna let the contract run because I still think we should go higher into the close. While I'm leaning into the trend, and I'm willing to take that risk of losing the contract down to that low a day. But the low a day is already getting pretty close, so we're getting almost down to that VWAP. This is moving pretty fast. 656.50. I don't know what's moving the market right now, but contracts down probably 50% already. That sucks. That's why I'm trying to trade small, because even that entry just looked really good, but it instantly invalidated. So contracts down to 26, down 50%. 658 call is now 50 cents. Jeez, that's crazy actually. Yep. Yeah, probably gonna have to stop out of this. I mean, I kind of want to hold it, but it's not really worth it. We get down to that VWAP, I'm gonna have to stop out a low day on the contract. Down 25 bucks. Trade invalidated. Dang. That was a terrible one. All the way down to the VWAP. Contracts down to 23. These are just getting cooked. These contracts are now losing their value extremely fast because they're now $2.50 out the money, almost $3 out the money. It's really bad. At the VWAP, it's $3 out the money. is about to hit low a day almost. That's surprising. It was at 50 cents a couple minutes ago. Now it's at 20. Wow. Yeah, it's already below low a day. I don't know. I was about to stop out right there. It looks like it's below the VWAP on TradingView, but then on Webull it's at the VWAP exactly, right at 656. I don't really know. We just pulled back technically because we closed below the VWAP, or it's just because some other broadcasts are saying more negative news about the same thing that we've been hearing. Just a different perspective, and that's moving the markets. So, yeah, wow. Well, let's see. This candle has 1 minute on it. This looks pretty rough. Looks like it. This candle might want to close below the VWAP, and I don't know. It's like I want to stop out here at 18, but then I would be possibly looking for another trade, and what would I be looking for a put? Like a retest of the VWAP. That would be possible, or if I don't stop out, then I'm risking that extra $18 for this to resolve higher. But it's seemingly like that's getting kind of messed up. I mean, these last 10 minutes just kind of ruined that. But it looks like we're at the VWAP, at least on Webull. On TradingView, it looks a little bit different. Yeah, the contracts are right at that level, $16. They're already below that. Low day was 18. It's hard to stop out right here, but it looks like I might have to just, I don't know, trying to. It's hard to actually decide right now on this one. Back all the way down to 656. So what was that low? It's just below 656 by like 20 cents almost. Contract still at 18 cents down. I don't know what that is. Down $32. So not terrible, but it's not ideal. This trade just got cooked right after I took that entry at the previous high day at the 21. We lost at 21, and then two 5-minute candles just right down through the 100 SMA down through the VWAP like nothing. But we are retesting that downtrend line. That's respectable, but not. It's just not what I'm looking for. So yeah, this position kind of sucks now because we're still at 656 and below the VWAP. We just closed below the VWAP. The only thing left is just this downtrend line that we're kind of holding above. We're kind of retesting, but I don't know if that's going to hold. This sentiment is changing again. So looks like taking an L on the day, which is fine. I'm not really tripping about taking a $30 loss on the contract, but it's just the other $20, the $18, $20 that is left on that contract, or the extra bit that I'm not really wanting to risk on the day, but I don't really want to take the stop loss at 18 and then just look for another entry. But that might be the more reasonable thing to do. I'm not having a hard time deciding. We're in the final 2 hours of the day now, though. And so far today, I'm down like $33. Yeah, contract's down to $15 here. My account's down to $99, actually below 100. That's, yeah, down $35 on this contract. Wow. Account's down to 99. It's all right. I need to take more risks though, because I mean, this is not a good trade, but I need to take more risks to move this account faster, whether that be failing more often, and so be it. What I need to do is I need to get this account past a certain level, like $500, so that I can trade a little bit more freely. Because right now it feels way too constrictive, and so I'm trying to use patience and sizing to avert that, but it's kind of difficult. This loss kind of sucks because I'm bringing my account back down to $100. Yep, that 21 EMA just killed the trade. Back to the VWAP. $6.58 calls, 35 cents. That's crazy. Super cheap. These contracts lost a bunch of value right there. That's the 0DT way down 50% on a contract in 10 minutes. Jeez. That's why you gotta win like 200%. You gotta win like 100, 200% or more. You gotta maximize your gains, and you got to keep your losses small. So if I'm risking like $50 on a trade, like on average, the trades that I have won, they have ran around 200%, to be honest, like on average, at least the past few days. So the way to be profitable in this with this small account would be to be capable to hold those winning trades for more than their initial cost, so not just 100%, but whatever that presents, it could be 200% or even further in a lot of cases. And when you lose, you just lose that position or half the position, whatever that risk is, and that ratio is already a 2 to 1 or greater. So that would be the way to manage trades, the trade size and the risk to reward, which means I have to be okay with taking a $30, $50 loss, because when I do win, I may have like $100, $200 account, and I may double my account in a day because of the way that you manage the option trade like that with the risk to reward, given that it's a momentum strategy. So given all of that, I have to be okay and accepting of being wrong in a case like what just happened, and take that and recognize that that was like the third, maybe even fourth retest a high day I was waiting for, getting closer to the end of the day. And so that just kind of just ruined the trade, and the momentum flipped there as we lost the 21. Now we're down at the VWAP, and it's hard to say if we're going to bounce at all with the way this looked. And now there's like looming negative news coming out in a few hours before Trump's speech even. So now the market is a little bit more cautious, which is kind of why we pulled back, because there's supposed to be some more announcements coming out in a few hours that will be after the market likely, and before Trump's speech, which kind of messes up the optimism or positivity in the market a little bit. And that's why we're right here at 656 back to the VWAP. So this definitely sucks, but gotta take a decent loss on the account so that I can grow it further. And I need to be able to take the risk, and trading with a small account, any risk is not really significant, and in proportion it's difficult, and that's the key. So having to accept the ability to grow through failure and repetition, consistency in journaling is going to be the way. For now, it's just lose a couple trades that are missized and you blow the account. You lose one or two trades that are relatively decently sized, like this, like 30 to 50 bucks. Like maybe 50 is a little high, but in that instance, it can still work. So it doesn't look like we're going to bounce. We're kind of looking like we're losing the VWAP. So I don't know. I don't think I'm going to stop out. I'm probably just going to let the contract run and let it do what it's going to do. It's not at 18s. It's down to 12. So contracts cooked from $50 to 12. So I may just let it do what it's going to do, because I don't know how the market's going to move from here. It's confusing. We have an hour and 45 minutes literally left. Hour and 45 minutes to sell all the way back down to 654 too, or bounce all the way back up to high day. I don't know. I kind of doubt either one. That's the issue here. Missed the opportunity to trade just the final 2 hours of the day, and then we could have caught this downward move. Would have been easy here, but been on since the open, basically. Want to lean into the trend that we got here, given that I think 660 would be the level that we can make it up to, but we're getting some random headlines and news about more upcoming news about upcoming news. Like, come on now. So this sucks. The market pulling back. Well, let's see how fast these 653 puts go up. Now the 653 puts are at 44 cents. But it's kind of dumb because they're like $3 out the money, $2.50 out the money here. Like, it's worse than the calls I have. The 659 call I have is even further out the money, but looks like we're dumping it. This doesn't look good. We're closing below the VWAP everywhere. Yeah, this is getting real bearish. Well, it just sucks because now I got to sit here for the rest of the day and watch this trade go to zero. But because I don't really want to take another trade now. Yeah, it's just disappointing. I mean, it's whatever. I don't mind losing 30 bucks. 50 bucks is a little bit too much, but whatever. Just got smoked. So I got smoked so hard right there. I can't believe it. It is what it is. That's just the way that this is gonna go. Wow, massive red candles. 653 put from 44 now up to 56. What do you know? Wow. Wow. Ah, just so annoying, just frustrating, just ruined my week. It is what it is. Like, it just makes me um, question everything. Like, it's just one thing to trade with 50 bucks, 100 bucks, like basically nothing. It just doesn't make me feel much, and so it's hard for me to take it seriously. Genuinely, that's the hard part about trading for me, is that I've never been able to trade with more than like a couple $1,000 for more than a couple of days. So it just doesn't make me feel anything. I don't get to feel like the risk management of like actually seeing numbers that are meaningful, basically, is what I'm saying. Like the outcome of trading, the outcome of following, respecting the plan properly with 100 bucks or 50 bucks is really difficult, because it feels like it's meaningless, or it feels pointless until it has a higher value, higher dollar amount. So it's best to focus on percentages, but I don't know. I'm not really sure the best way to look. I think percentages is the way to look at it, but even that's the thing about like the $50, $100 accounts. The percentages is one thing, but the dollar amount just like totally negates that. So that's my that's kind of the thing I'm dealing with, is to try to figure out how to get past the early stages of dealing with meaningless trading that doesn't really have any effect on your life or on your bank account. Well, it's just so dumb because it's impossible to take puts. It's impossible to take another trade. I don't even want to, but it's like, man, like what are we supposed to do with this fucking chart? Supposed to short this shit right here. The retest of the VWAP, like I said. Yeah, of course. Just a naive entry at the EMA, the 21 EMA, which was only the second test of the 21 EMA. Only the first one held. And then I was naive enough to think that we would hold again and lean into the trend. And then just someone posted on Twitter about some news official talking about how they're going to talk more in a few hours. And the markets hates that because they're just going to say a bunch of mean shit and evil or dark negative things. They're going to say how much they don't like America, how much they don't like what's happening. It's just going to confuse people. It's going to make people more negative. And then Trump's going to come on and say the same thing that he's been saying. And everyone's going to be even more confused, and the market's going to pull back and gap down probably. It's not going to probably be a positive resolution at this point. But to trade here, it's just unreasonable. Contracts going to zero. Man. Yep. Down $45. Jeez. Lost all progress basically. It doesn't feel like it because it's like what, $40? Like I don't care if I lose 40, $50. Like I'm trying to make fucking 4,000 a month. Like I've never made consistent income that's gonna change, that's gonna help me in any way from my job, from anywhere. So that's what I'm trying to do here because the job is terrible and it makes me want to hurt myself. And there is no job out there for me. So that's why I do this, because there's no other job for me to do. Unless someone were to offer me the right job, but that's been working for like over a decade. I've worked for like 10, 20 companies. They're all terrible. It's always minimum wage. There's never even get promoted to the maximum level and never get past that, and then never works out, and can never accumulate wealth, can never generate income that's meaningful. And it's just this, it's depressing. And then trading just makes it more difficult because have to treat every trade and every outcome very seriously, which is fine, but it's hard to do, like I'm saying, with when you're dealing with small numbers that don't really mean anything to you. Because at the end of the day, it's a whole different, the way that you trade with more capital is 100% different than how I'm trading with a $50, $100 account. Like the type of trades I'm looking for is just, it's it's very likely that I'll get screwed a lot of times, like what just happened with taking the entry after three confirmations at the 21 EMA, and then it gets disrespected at that point after like 3 4 hours into the day, finally taking the entry there, following the trend and everything, but then getting disrespected right there because of some headline, some news that just came out, which I couldn't have expected, and it just really sucks. The worst part about it is that I want to just sign off and just go do something else, but call it a day, take the loss. It's a lottery ticket. Took the $50 contract to zero, and but now I kind of have to stay here for the next hour and a half until the market closes to see what's gonna happen. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe around power hour in 30 minutes, I might just dip out if the contract's like literally at zero. It's at 6 cents. It's basically, it doesn't really matter. Definitely expecting it to go to zero now because there's just no way we're going back to high day after moving all the way back down to the 200 SMA and almost back down to the low a day. And there's still a gap below, and there's still a gap above that we didn't fill all the way. So it's just not a good situation. Yeah, low day. This is like some fake wick. I don't know. 654. Wow, this is crazy. It feels really disappointing how we just gave that all up. But the best thing for me to do is with this account is to literally try to do even more of what I'm already doing, which is trading smaller and smaller. So taking a $50 contract today was fine, but I'm not really trying to lose $50 in one day on a $130 account. But that's what's happening. Ideally, what I should be doing is taking a $20 to $30 contract specifically in power hour and just focusing on that until the account gets past 500, and then I could focus on taking $50, $100 positions at different parts of the day, or even in the morning, and managing the risk that way, like with slightly wider stops and slightly more open to higher upside, and holding runners or holding one contract, through to a rejection, or at least through to a big move with momentum. So I may have to transition over towards focusing on that more, which is kind of what I'm trying to do already, but I kind of messed it up today just by taking the $50 contract and not the $20 one, and then not stopping out at 18 cents at the low a day, which is what I wanted to do, but I'm not really too worried about it. But I just didn't expect this to happen. So, but yeah, that's what I would need to do, is literally look for $20, $30 contracts and just risk that position and look for those to be runners, and do that on a consistent basis until I can get the account past 500 or 1,000, and then I could manage risk a little bit more effectively, even taking one day to expiration type of trades that give me more room for error, so I don't have to be so worried about every one or 2 minute movements that, like the contract went down 50%, those two 5-minute candles right here. So entered right here, and then we closed below the VWAP, and then the next candle, 10 minutes later we're below the VWAP, down 50% on the contract, and then now we're down 80-90% here. It's cooked. So that's the way the trade worked out. It failed really fast, It failed for a reason because there was some news that came out that I couldn't cash fast enough, and the chart confirmed it before even I knew that. But I decided to let it be a lotto, just let the ticket run until the close. So it is what it is. That's the game that you got to play, and that's the rules of the game. So it's difficult, but that's really my struggle with trading. Is just like trading with a small amount, not being able to manage risk effectively, not being able to trade outside of 0DTE contracts in Power Hour, which makes it impossible to manage risk, really. And most traders can probably agree with that, unless you're doing the strategy like I'm talking about, where you're just trading momentum. You're risking a contract like a lottery, and like a lottery ticket, taking one contract, and you're risking that full position, and you're just looking for it to make a big move. And we're looking for the contract to at least double, basically. And it can work. It has worked, and it does work. I've seen people do it, but it takes a bit of practice to get it right. So that's what I'm needing to do. Figure out how to lock in that optimal strategy to move this account past 2 digits to 3 and 4, and then from there I can definitely more effectively manage the account, the risk, and I look forward to that. But for now, it's stressful and it's difficult, and it takes a lot of time and patience and discernment. And the win ratio is much lower as well. The win ratio should be higher right now, but it's hard to have like a 90 or 100% winning rate on scalps even. But you can have a lower winning rate and still be plenty profitable, even below a 50% winning rate, and still be profitable with this strategy or with more capital. Either way, depending on the time frame you're trading. Like if you're trading intraday and 0DTE contracts versus trading multiple days, or swinging intraday price action with multiple day contracts, which can change things and kind of bring them towards the middle where it's more balanced, profit loss wise, consistency wise. I got cooked by some news, so it is what it is. It's just gotta accept that loss, gotta accept the risk. Yeah, this sell-off is getting worse here. Wow. It's a lot. We just sold the whole day's price action off, the whole rally of the day for in about 30 minutes. In less than an hour. We erased the whole day's gains in less than an hour. Okay, okay. SPY just lost the entire day's gains in less than 1 hour, and I lost $50 on a 659 call. Negative news about more news later hit the tape just after I entered a third retest of the previous high and a second retest of the 21 EMA, only to lose 50% of the account 10 minutes later. 50% of the contract 10 minutes later. Deciding to hold until the close and risk the entire $50 instead of stopping out at the previous low of day for the contract at 18 cents. So my account is now below $100 again, which sucks, but I'm devising a better way to manage risk in trade power hour until my account can break through 2, 3, and 4 figures. We'll post a quick recap of the trade again at the close when the contract is sold. Hope y'all are trading safe and didn't get caught up like I did in that news of news. The negative news about more looming news. I gotta pull up the chart though. right. All right. Back to retesting that trend line, back into the downtrend. Damn. We didn't lose that much, whatever, 50 bucks. We lost 50 bucks. Kind of a lot to lose on it. I started with 59, so that kind of sucks. But it's just a good reminder of what it looks like to scale the account. So I started with $59.77. A few weeks later, it counts up to what, 135. It got to take a whole $50 loss back to like $90 on the account. Maybe actually down to like $80 on the account. So that means that tomorrow, if I trade, then I'm gonna have to. I don't know if the market closes early tomorrow. It's gonna be kind of weird. It might be difficult. I don't know if it'll even be worth it, but it probably will be worth it because there probably will be some more volatility. But I'm not sure. I'm gonna see what time the market closes tomorrow. If it closes at like 1 o'clock Eastern time, 3 hours early, then I'll probably try to just be on at the open and look for a trade that with momentum and direction, and just look to scalp it. Um, Either a small position depending on the contract prices, or take a regular price but stop out quickly. We'll have to see, depending on how the price action moves overnight, and depending on what time the market will close tomorrow, if it does close early. So definitely not against trading tomorrow. Definitely would want to trade tomorrow, and I think there will be more volatility. But it's a little bit more difficult now that my account is back down to $80, $90 after losing 50 bucks on this trade, the 659 call. So that's the struggle right now, is how am I going to approach tomorrow? How will I approach tomorrow? Yeah, it definitely sucks. It feels pretty bad. It hurts to take a loss, let alone any loss. Like $20 loss is one thing, but I would actually kind of be happy about it taking a $20 loss. But taking a $50 loss today, it definitely hurts and it definitely makes me feel kind of down, a little bit bad. But I can't really let it affect me. It's fine. At the end of the day, like I said, it's kind of an achievement to be able to take a $50 loss on an account that started at $50 and still have the ability to continue, right? It is an achievement to be capable of taking a $50 loss on an account that began as a $50 account and still be able to continue. I think I worded that messed up. Let me fix that really quick. It is an achievement to be able to take a $50 loss on an account that began as a $50 account and still continue. It still sounds, I don't like how it says account twice, so I don't know. Let me try to fix that. I low-key don't know how I should, I don't know how I should remove the second account word in that sentence. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out. Uh, I guess it'd just say it is an achievement to be able to take a $50 loss on an account that began with $50 and still continue. That's the way to do it. Oh, yeah, that's pretty much it. Can't really fix that anymore. It is an achievement. I don't know how much of an achievement, but it is an achievement to be able to take a $50 loss on an account that began with $50 and still continue. That's the positive optimism that I'm going to keep with this. Now, what will be the next achievement? If the first achievement is to be able to take a $50 loss on an account that began with $50 and still continue, the next achievement should be something like to be able to avoid taking succession taking successionary losses that reduce your account to where it started from. Is that right? Let me think. The next achievement will be to avoid taking successive losses that reduce the account back to its original balance of $50. I don't even need to put the $50 because it doesn't need to be there, but I think that's about right. That's the next achievement. So that's what I need to go from one to the next and recognize that there is a direction to go. Well, one thing I'll add to that is until that's not an option, because that's the whole point. The next achievement will be to avoid successive losses that reduce the account to its original balance until that's not an option. I think that's about it. That's necessarily my next goal. All right, send that. Market looks cooked after that afternoon dump. Market looks cooked. See what happens. So from now here forward, I'm going to be trying to do my best to be risk averse in terms of sizing down and stopping out of trades that aren't sized down. So any trade above $30, I need to have a respectable stop loss. So if I take a trade that's $30, ideally I wouldn't risk the whole $30, but close to it, around 20 or 25, depending on the way the contracts move and the time frame that I'm trading them. But yeah, so we're entering power hour here, and so I'm going to have to look at it like that. So if I take a trade that's outside of that $20, $30 risk range, then I need to have a stop, and I need the entry to be correlated with that stop. And that's the final layer of confirmation to be able to enter, is if the entry correlates with the stop loss of that trade, which is outside of my baseline risk parameter, which would be to trade a maximum $30 contract specifically during power hour, where the volatility is at and the moves have been happening typically, and where the contracts have that capability of returning asymmetric returns. And in those situations, I can trade a little bit more freely with a $20, $30 position and let it have that full hour of time to let it play out. Outside of that, and outside of the $30 limit, there needs to be a stop loss from here forward where I'm only risking 20 to 30 at the maximum, and that's has to be correlated with a level or a stop loss that will be marked and demonstrated on the chart. And especially when I post a recap, like I post my recap every time on Twitter or whatever, then it needs to be clearly demonstrated there and shown so that you can see where the stop is, and if I'm able to stop properly, or if I stop late, I'm stopping out with market orders at that exact moment. And can't necessarily tie my stop out to a candle close because that can get you, especially in the early stages. So remember, that's one thing to take note of, is do not attach your stop loss to a candle closure in the early stages when you're risking larger portions of your account, like 10% or higher, until you can reduce the risk of your each position in the account on each day, when you can take several positions in a day and move in and out a little bit more freely, which is the ultimate goal. Then you just need to lock in. So, you know, anyways, I'm kind of thinking a little bit too much, but yeah. So that's the general idea. I'm gonna have to refine that, and I'll probably write up a new paper, and then maybe next week or whenever I get the time, because I'm gonna be busy going back to work type of thing. So whenever I get the time, I'll be put that together, and then we'll continue just like normal. I need to really refine those expectations and execution. Between expectations and execution, it requires massive discernment and refinement until you are able to give yourself room for error, room to make mistakes possibly without without losing too much. There's a way to do it. All right, well, 50 minutes until the market closes. It looks like we're not really doing much in between the VWAP and this 100 SMA. Back down, almost retested the low a day, nearly. Definitely don't think that we're going to make it all the way back up here at all. Don't think that's possible, which is unfortunate. Couldn't make it up here. Yeah, with only 50 minutes left in the market, this is looking interesting. I mean, it's kind of stagnating now. We're right back where we started the day. And the VIX and that red candle turned green. Back to yesterday's close. But on SPY, we're above yesterday's close still, so that's maybe there's a subtle divergence there, but we're above previous day close on SPY. On VIX, we're still at, or actually below it technically. That's somewhat bullish, but doesn't really mean much when the price just dropped 0.5% in an hour. I made some pasta yesterday. I need to eat some. I might actually just go heat a little bit up right now. So I got a little bit of a stomach ache. Let's see if we can pull up into the market close at all. But I think there's no way that we're gonna make it to a new high, which is, there's no way that the contract is gonna do anything. So it's kind of pointless. So I don't know. I may as well just get off here and then go eat some lunch, and then the contract is basically already at zero, so it is what it is. It was basically a lottery ticket there, so that $50 contract got cooked from the entry right here. It's supposed to be a retest at the 21 in the previous day high for the third time. But then we got that weird news and lost it, and down 50% here, which is what I was expecting as the risk to that low a day on the contract, which is what happened. And then we just continued to sell down under the VWAP, and contract lost all of its value. So unfortunate, but took a decent loss today. The first time, biggest loss so far out of all the trades I've taken. So it is what it is. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get off here, call it a day, see what happens overnight. It's gonna be a bunch of big stuff that happens, and then look for a bigger opportunity tomorrow and try to reduce my risk and manage properly tomorrow, like I was saying earlier. So have a great rest of the day and trade safe. See you tomorrow.